Comrades, thank you very much. Thank you very much, comrades from Namapa, and Francis Bark is still leading in this regard. I want to think that all delegates are here, and all non-voting delegates like ourselves have moved outside. We now invite election to help us quickly so that we go to commissions. Comrades from the elections, I think all delegates are inside here now. We hope that all of you there who are standing there by the doors, you are also delegates. It's only delegates inside. Non-voting delegates must please be outside of the main marquee for now. Good morning. Morning. Melang. Goeiemôre. Okay, with all protocol observed again, this conference is duly greeted. Can we then proceed with the second part of electing additional members? The branch process has given us an outcome of 36 nominations that qualified to the branch process audit. They are in no particular order. So it's not given that when I mention a name, you are somewhere else. It's not our determination. It is only that these names have qualified. From there, we will then, after confirming those qualifying nominees, we then will open nomination from the floor. You remember what we said yesterday, that with your credentials that we have adopted of 536, we still require 134 to qualify a name from the floor. Okay. Now, I'm going to read out. As I'm reading out the names, you please get closer to the mic. I don't know how many mics here are they working on those channels, so that while you are still there to confirm whether you want to accept or decline nomination, then you are able as well to deal with the gender issue, because we don't know all of yourselves, so that then you can confirm whether this name, the person is a male or a female. Are we ready for the process now?
My brother.
Those that have qualified, again, as I'm saying, they are in no particular order. I'll call them out whichever way.
I'm part of Province's idiot. So I was just looking at your shot. It looks a bit strange now. Like he's in the corner.
I
want to
put him in the middle.
Yes, and
like this.
And
that's
also,
what
I'll tell you why. Because when we are running up and down, if you
no matter is only present, and then go over to the mic and confirm whether you want to accept or decline nominations.
Like this.
Yeah, a little bit. There you go. What's your name?
Bonnie.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Perfect like this.
yes, thank you.
You need to save time in the meantime. You want coming forward.
Yeah, this another cake. Sorry. How did you see that? Could you please move from that chair? Because when you're sitting there, it shakes it.
Just indicate to the House your name
It's barricade.
and surname, and then confirm whether you want to accept or decline nominations. With that, agency staff will give you a form to fill in. Please fill in the names properly and correctly with proper spellings so that we capture you, because from the ballot paper it must reflect how you wrote on that acceptance form. Moving forward, can we get non-Togo Toxi Villagas? Come over to me while you're still fixing the mics so that you can confirm it as your names and then whether you want to accept or decline.
I know Honorable Villagas accept the nomination.
And we be assisted to those mics, please, because it is cumbersome. Again, we have Solile Jandan. Please get a runner for the mics, please. Rodney Peters. You do what? Maybe sometimes when you do in the home affairs, I'll end up getting married. That's why I do ask you, do what? Moses Mwalusi.
My name is Moses Sili Matamela Ramaphosa. I do accept my nomination.
Nicolisi Simon Sokaji. There is an acceptance through a form of a communique, if that might come, so that we, together with the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, to look into it and check if it is authentic, and then we can proceed from it. Yes, that's what you said now. Not myself only, but even while you are still checking the authenticity of a communique, we are proceeding. Miriam Kibi.
I am Miriam Kibi. I accept the nomination.
Diham Stock.
My name is Diham Stock. I decline nomination. Thanks.
Here is the letter. Dear Provincial Secretary, I, Policy Simon Sokacha, will not be able to attend the Provincial Conference as a Provincial Executive member. I have not yet fully recovered from illness at home. I accept any nomination into the Provincial Executive Committee. I avail myself should I be elected into the place. Thank you.
That is an acceptance. The next name is Marse. I don't know whether to call it Monopole or Monopole. So let us say Monopole. I don't want to misspell the same name.
Amanda,
some of the surnames are closer to English, so next time when you go overseas, you are Monopole. So that code must come up. Eunice Bojozi.
Amanda, it was Comrade Eunice Bojozi, Priscilla Branch, Kompanisa Bridge, and Francis Hart, and Bow Nominasi.
Sophia Musikati. Joyce Adams.
ready to accept nomination.
Cornelius Nyelele. There is an acceptance letter here. The chairperson of the commission will read out the letter.
Once again, I, Comrade Moses Cornelius Nyelele, hereby acknowledge the nomination for the provincial or additional member. I therefore accept the nomination in absentia. Can we sign?
Kolega Ngwenya.
I, Coletta Ngwenya, hereby accept the nomination.
Owen Job. Sorry, we did not hear you. Do you mind speaking to the mic with a voice that is?
It Owen Job and far nominations.
Sandiseni Sitole.
I Sandiseni Sitole Francis Naro. I accept nomination.
Kenny Mulema.
Kenny Buima, Kamokala, Tomo,
Lerato Muleleki.
I'm Lorato Moleleki. I do accept the nomination.
Elroy Pete.
I'm Elroy Pete. I'm accepting nomination.
Lorenda Finis.
Lorena Finis Alfani nominasi.
Even Uris.
I'm Juris. I decline nomination.
Cecilia Oliphant.
Okay, this one reads, geagterleefskap. Hiermee verkloot ek Cecilia Olifant en die nommer is daar so, dat yes, of eens gesondheid leerders ek nie by die provinciale conference kan wees nie. Ek Cecilia antwoord die nominatie aanvaard die nominatie as additionele lid.
De nominatie is aanvaard, ja. It's accepted. Sipo Delapi. Sipo.
Support that I accept the nomination.
Paulos Mklecha.
I decline psychotherapy.
There are two voices speaking simultaneously. Can we hear? Because I called first Usipo, but I keep hearing decline. And when I was listening to Paulo Simtlecha and the other one, I'm not too sure whether he's accepting or declining. Who's doing what here? Can I hear now? Sipo, are you
declining?
Sipo declining. Paulos? Fuyani Mpito.
Fuyani Emmanuel Mpito, I accept the nomination.
Benny Gordon.
I, Benny Gordon, decline nomination.
Lebogang Mutlaping. Neo Maneng.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I accept the nomination.
Sizwe Mlangeni. Sabina Masikana.
Sabina Masikani and Father Nominas.
Nurin Cluster.
Ek Nurin Protein Cluster and Father Nominas.
Sabina van Beek.
Excuse me, it's the same person, it's just Masikani was my previous surname. Now I'm Van Beek now, Sabina Van Beek. So I accept the nomination.
Roger Schwartz.
Roger Schwartz on third.
Johnny Fortin. I, Johnny Fortin, decline nomination. Fuyani Msauli.
I, the number stated, a member of the ANC in Ward 6, but Bill branch in ZF Ngao region, hereby accept nomination onto the Provincial Executive Committee of the African National Congress, duly convened in Springbok in Namakwa region on the 28th to 30th of May 2021 and duly signed.
Comrades, sizostova lo mcimbi manje. You to call that in terms of the program, Comrade Joel Netitenza is supposed to address conference on SNT and the balance of forces. So we are stopping the nomination process for the next 45 minutes because the comrade would not be able to address us beyond now. He's got other commitments. So we now, I think he's live now. Is he live now? Yeah, we now adjourn to listen very carefully to Comrade Jewel, and thereafter we'll proceed with the nomination, and the officials of the province immediately after nominations will take over.
Finalized, and the ballot is still the nomination process in the next from Charles to organize that do not be able to address beyond so thank you. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I think they just finalizing the security side.
Okay. You will then tell me what. Hello? Yes, after that should I start? I should start speaking after switching on the camera. Okay. Thank you very much, and I hope all the delegates can hear me. And greetings to all the leaders and the delegates. Good morning, and thanks again for the honor to take part at the Northern Cape Provincial Conference. I think you deserve to be congratulated for the organization of this conference. In a sense, you are trailblazers for the rest of the organization on how to do this under conditions of COVID-19. Indeed, in a period in which the Northern Cape is experiencing its third wave. I've been asked to reflect on strategy and tactics and the balance of forces, and I will highlight basic issues which I hope will inform Commission discussions and the province preparations for the National General Council. The presentation will proceed from a positive frame of mind. Yes, the National Democratic Revolution is in peril, which reminds us of Lenin's 1917 work, the impending catastrophe and how to combat it. And so, the question often asked these days is, how do we defend the revolution and the ANC? But as Lenin taught then, in periods of crisis, the mindset of revolutionaries should be how to advance to new and higher levels of progressive discourse and action. Let us briefly reflect on the domestic balance of forces after 1994, the better to understand our challenges today. As we all know, in the early years, we had to contain various forces which wanted to frustrate and even reverse the democratization process. We then started introducing far-reaching programs of social transformation. The liberation movement had strengthened its grip on the state machinery, and it could speed up the program of change. What is clear, though, is that in the decade of the 2000s, the democratic state could have used its legitimacy and the massive electoral endorsement, which was at about 70% nationally in 2004, to push for speedier implementation of programs of social transformation. The objective balance of forces allowed for faster change. However, we were gripped by negative subjective factors. Factional dynamics within the ANC prevented the introduction of radical organizational re-engineering, which was proposed at the 2005 National General Council. Further, a modest reading of the balance of forces led opportunities for speedier social transformation to slip through our fingers. Why is this important? It is that when the movement is gripped by factionalism, when its focus is on side issues, we miss critical opportunities to take the course of social transformation to a higher level. What then about the domestic balance of forces in the last decade and post-Nasrec? There was a recognition after 2009 that faster change was needed. It is precisely this sixth sense that led the ANC in 2012 to call for a second phase of transition to a national democratic society. Regrettably, it is exactly at that period, that the ANC and its allies, as well as the government it leads, were undermined through systemic corruption and state capture. By the second half of the decade, the ANC was facing declining fortunes, with internal squabbles, money politics, corruption, and poor performance in government, all conspiring to undermine its legitimacy in the eyes of the broader public. The level of working class organization had declined, and the progressive trade union movement had been weakened. Broader sectors of society, including the SACP, the veterans, and other forces, mobilized for change to protect the democratic state and the constitutional dispensation. In my view, it is a combination of these factors which led to the Nasrec outcome, both in terms of content and leadership. The balance in relation to organizational and societal renewal may not have been ideal, but it had presented an important stepping stone to save and advance the NDR. There is broad consensus among us that the 2019 election outcome was a clarion call against corruption and for faster transformation. The question is whether we are able to meet the people's expectations, whether we can achieve the renewal of the ANC and society, and at the same time forge unqualified unity within the ANC. This is a fundamental question for the movement. We are fortunate that while we are facing internal organizational challenges, the other major parties are also dealing with their own demons. Losing support to a right-wing party, the DA is retreating to a narrower base. It has decided to hold onto the bird in hand in terms of electoral support rather than pursue two birds in the bush. The EFF may have made gains in 2019, but it desperately wants to become a party of government. as its hope of massive expansion dwindles and as the threat of criminal prosecution increases, the EFF is bound to become more desperate and more disruptive. The spectacles in Parliament and this week at the Pan-African Parliament, where its leader was threatening to kill a fellow African MP, is a reflection of this. Overall, there's been some progress since 2018, but the impact of various initiatives has been minimal. Even before COVID-19, economic growth remained pedestrian, and growth per person has been declining since 2011 and negative since 2016. Why then did the post-Nasrec efforts to revive the economy not bear fruit? Perhaps it is because it takes time to turn around an economy. But in my view, the biggest factor is that the social compacting initiatives, such as the Jobs and Investment Summits, have been characterized by focus on detail with a long list of actions rather than basic principles. And I'll come back to this issue of what I call coalescence around assets. For the sake of completeness, let me briefly characterize the global environment in which we operate. Like other countries, we have to navigate changing global power balances and geopolitical tensions. A rising China is seen in Western capitals as a strategic rival. Huge challenges are emerging from NATO encirclement of Russia, and tensions in the Middle East are not assisted by the brazen support for right-wing Israeli policies. While recent changes in leadership in the US may moderate the tone of engagement, the essence of their approach is expected to continue. What is clear is that the global market system is facing multiple crises, such as growing inequality, narrow identity politics, environmental degradation, and declining legitimacy of political systems. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened this crisis, reflected amongst others in 1, the global economic contraction of about 4.3% last year, developing countries experiencing a devastating slump, including crippling debt, and a two-speed recovery on a global scale, in which developing countries lag far behind. 3, progress in reducing poverty, being reversed by at least 3 years. 4, 32 of the world's largest companies seeing their profit jump by about $100 billion more in 2020. And lastly, the net worth of billionaires has skyrocketed, with 1 billionaire added every 17 hours on a global scale in 2020. Many within the global capitalist establishment seem to realize this challenge. And so, besides the current large state interventions in the economy, there may be a new Washington consensus in the making. the International Monetary Fund is arguing that currently budget deficits should not be the main focus of macroeconomic policy, as much resources as possible should be injected to encourage economic growth, and the US is leading in this regard. Further, the IMF recently called for wealth and windfall taxes, that is for the rich to pay for the recovery effort. The fundamental question, of course, is where is the left in this global discourse? It seems to be languishing in identity politics and cancel culture and not giving leadership to this debate. Of course, issues of identity are important, but when they become the sole focus, they undermine efforts towards working class unity, and they are the precise platform on which the right wing excels, as shown, for instance, in Brexit in the UK and Trumpism in the US. Let us now reflect on the domestic balance of forces in the context of COVID-19. We are all familiar with the devastation caused by the pandemic, the 7% contraction last year, and an unemployment rate of 32%, as well as growth in poverty and hunger. We are also familiar with the government's interventions to minimize job losses, support specific sectors and micro enterprises, and the intervention of the Reserve Bank. However, the interventions were smaller than in comparable countries, precisely because the pandemic found us at our weakest in terms of the state of government finances. And perhaps we may be too risk averse. Another COVID-19 issue critical to the defense and advancement of our revolution is the fundamental lesson of social psychology. This is that in managing a huge crisis, two critical factors are important. Firstly, the extent to which the state and broader societal leadership enjoyed the confidence of the population, and secondly, the capacity of the state to implement its decisions. In the early days of the pandemic last year, most South Africans were confident that the government was effectively addressing the threat. However, as the socio-economic impact deepened, as communities grew wary of the restrictions, as incidents of brutality by security forces were exposed, and as corruption in the awarding of some tenders also came to the public's attention, the trust in government started to wane. However, one can say that the state, working with social partners, has managed the situation well enough to prevent a social explosion. Communication, reassurance, acknowledgement of weaknesses, and a gradual risk-adjusted strategy have largely worked. But we still face a third wave with possibilities of helplessness, irrational beliefs, political opportunism, and social unrest. In brief, what one is saying is that South Africa is on a classical burning platform, and in order to defend and advance the NDR, we need to be decisive and focused in our action. This then raises the question whether they have the desired effect. I will make a few observations on some elements of the plan. On the infrastructure program, we need to emphasize supplier industries. For instance, locomotives and signal and braking systems in the railway sector as major opportunities. On energy generation, we need urgently to implement the December ESCOM Compact to reduce ESCOM's debt, for instance through the PIC acquiring equity in ESCOM with some guaranteed return. And we also need to be decisive in dealing with load shedding, which is actually threatening the economy. On jobs for workers we should massify public employment schemes, including especially in the provinces and the local sphere. For the millions of unskilled and semi-skilled unemployed workers, we should have more special economic zones and industrial parks for low-end manufacturing. More can be done. In mining, for instance, upstream supplier industries such as mining equipment and specialist services can serve as a basis for a new industrialization drive, and the Northern Cape, with its massive endowments, should not be left behind. On opportunities in Africa, we should take advantage of the continental free trade area. On informal business, we should be allocating more resources to them, taking advantage of the registration processes that took place during the higher levels of COVID-19 lockdown. And these businesses are owned mostly by women with daring and initiative. These are just some of the things we need to do at national, provincial, and local levels to set the economy on a higher growth and development path. This requires activism by development finance institutions such as the IDC, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and the provincial DFIs that you have. And it also requires partnership with the private sector. But even if the resources are available, if we do not have cadres that are serious and fit for purpose, we shall not make progress. Resources will be wasted or stolen. We shall end up being known as administrations of sewage that flows in the streets, administrations of potholes, dysfunctional clinics, and poor educational outcomes. We need urgently to correct these weaknesses. We also need to inject into the debate on reconstruction and recovery strategic questions on how we promote what I call coalescence around assets. What does this mean? I will elaborate on the basis of three elements of assets. The first one is about the character of our social system. We must agree on how we can re-engineer an economy inherited from colonialism to realize the combination of a developmental state that leads all of society in pursuing consistently high rates of growth and social democracy underpinned by comprehensive measures of redistribution. The second element of assets is about the core objective of socio-economic policy. We should identify a minimum standard of living below which no South African should sink. We can then look at measures required to realize this objective. The third element of assets is about the leadership role of the state to craft a vision and mobilize society in its implementation. And this applies to national, provincial, and local levels. And when consensus eludes the social partners, the democratic state should make the difficult choices. Now, do we as the ANC and the broader tripartite alliance have sufficient capacity and will for a step change to advance the revolution? Correctly, we emerged from Nasrec calling for unity and renewal. And we saw the results of the 2019 elections as a clarion call against corruption and for faster transformation. However, we are still beset by major problems. As we implement the Nasrec resolutions to act firmly against corruption and state capture, some of our members and even leaders face the specter of swapping three-piece suits or ANC leather jackets for orange overalls. And they will do everything to muddy the waters and escape from the reach of the law, claiming they are being targeted because they stand for radical economic transformation. Some of them have now trained their fury on law enforcement agencies and the judiciary. They use the movement's infrastructure to set up an organization within an organization. Elements have started to act in a manner that disrupts not only the ANC but society, and some might even be trying acts of sabotage. The so-called RET has become a revolutionary slogan being used to try and defeat the revolution. As the NGC discussion document on the balance of forces argues, lumpen or criminal elements have infiltrated the movement. And so it is no longer merely a case of revolutionaries who go bad, but bad people who join and pollute the organization. These lumpen elements are to be found in the economic, political, bureaucratic, civil society, and other centers. Are we skilled enough to face down these reactionaries? As a vanguard of the revolution, have we mobilized society to join us in the campaign to deal with the fight back against societal and organizational renewal? With the mobilization by the scoundrels who want to collapse the whole temple and perish with everyone. These are key organizational tasks for all cadres of the movement today. As we do this, we must also consciously avoid actions that on the surface appear militant, but that may end up sabotaging the renewal project. We all know that the facilitators of state capture cleverly and carelessly extended populist benefits at the SABC and the broader public sector, which cannot be sustained. And we cannot perpetuate a notion that those benefits should be sustained irrespective of the damage they are inflicting. Of course, there also have to be sacrifices from other social partners. A good example is the issue of COVID-19 winners, such as ICT and pharmaceutical companies, who can contribute some form of windfall tax, and of the rich contributing a form of wealth tax. As I was saying, even the IMF says this should be considered. Let me conclude by citing practical organizational interventions that are proposed in the MGC discussion document, reviewing through the eye of the middle. This is that the ANC should consider a form of an organizational state of emergency with the following measures amongst others. One, as we introduce the new digital membership system, we should ask every ANC member to reapply for membership. Two, our vetting mechanism should include a police clearance certificate for every member. Three, we must strengthen the integrity committee and urgently set up the electoral commission, whose tasks include pre-conference integrity checks for all candidates. Four, we should conduct lifestyle audits, starting with the national and provincial leadership and later regional and branch leaders. Lastly, we cannot retreat from swift and decisive action against wrongdoers, even if they take us to court on internal ANC issues using lawyers that come from opposition parties. It is quite clear, if we do not clean out our organizational stables, it will not be possible to defend and advance the national democratic revolution. And so, coming back to Lenin's impending catastrophe and how to combat it, the broad framework should be, firstly, to take advantage of the green shoots of global progressive thinking in the context of COVID-19. Secondly, to use the positive domestic impulses towards social compacting to implement the reconstruction and recovery plan, while at the same time addressing the fundamental issues around the colonial political economy we have inherited. Thirdly, to be firm as the ANC and the Alliance in implementing a thorough organizational clean-up, and also as the state in dealing with the emergent counter-revolutionary act of disruption and sabotage. At the core of all this should be a frame of mind towards advancing to new and higher levels of progressive discourse and action. In that way, shall victory be said. Thank you very much.
Amandla, Comrade 12, I'm just wondering whether you can hear me. Comrade 12? Oh, it seems as if it knocked out. But comrades, can we give Comrade 12 a nice round of applause? I think his presentation on strategy and tactics, and as well as the balance of forces, he really managed to hit the nail on the head and gave us a very insightful presentation on what is expected of this provincial conference and what is expected of each and every one of us when we go back to our branches. We are very thankful to Comrade Joe for making time to engage with us, and some of the issues that he raised, those are issues that we'll be taking to our commissions, use them to enrich our engagements. And we would really want to invite delegates, when we go back to our branches, with what we've acquired here, we should actually become torch-bearers of deep ideological engagements. It takes time, but we must make that effort. So with all of that, comrades, thank you very much, Comrade Joel. We highly appreciate your very insightful input, and as the 9th Provincial Conference, we are very grateful that you've made time for us. Can we get the Electoral Commission to come to the stage to finish their job? I'm told the President will address us at 2. That is 14 hours. Can we get the Electoral Commission to come there? I see they ran away. Can we get Francis Bart to give us a revolutionary song? I see Francis Bart is very much emboldened. Maybe it's because we are hosting the next conference. Okay. So you guys are very much emboldened. Okay. That's after 4 years. Very long. And some of you might not be here, you will be removed. By then you would have been removed in your branches. Because that's 2 VPGMs. Yeah. So we'll be sitting with new faces and we'll inform them. When we were in Namaqua, there was a very excited group of Francis Bart delegates. Where are those guys? And you won't be there. Or you'll be there. Is it? All right. And when you go there, you'll be going there still with a perspective. Okay, can Francis Bart give us where's Sandy saying? That's what Tina Magwala Sandy saying. Kai. Azubaleka Magwala. Azubaleka Magwala. Azubaleka Magwala. Azubaleka Magwala. Azubaleka.
Amandla. Long live the ANC, long live. 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 Amandla, all power. And the guest says, this is a very nice conference. Can we clap hands for ourselves? This conference is a very peaceful conference. It's a semblance of an organization in the Northern Cape. Comrade Joel has given us politics. I hope that we produce from young people, multiply Comrade Joel Netitches. We must multiply Comrade Joel Netitches. Your chairperson said yesterday, there shouldn't be bankruptcy of ideology. So we expect young people to learn from Joel because he's getting old. He's old now. Comrade Derek is old now. Comrades, we are going to proceed with the electoral agency. As I said, I'm enjoying this power now, but there are officials. After the nominations, the provincial chair and the officials will take over with the whole of the program, community election. Where's Comrade Nell? There's a mic there. Comrade Nell wants to address conference. I'm sure on what Comrade Joel has said.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To the IEC election, earlier I accepted the nomination. I hereby indicate that I withdraw my acceptance. Thank you very much. Neo Mane. Thank you very much.
Can the agency staff issue out a form that will indicate the declaration? Now I'm about to give you out the statistics in terms of how the nomination for additionals unfolded. One is that, remember, for the entire PEC, including our top 5, it will be what, 35, right? So now, if we must achieve a constitutional imperative of gender parity, it will then tell you that we are expected to, as when we pronounce the finality, whether through this process or even voting and everything else, we must then pronounce the results affecting gender balance. Now, with our gender balance, therefore tells you that if you divide 35 by 2, it will give you how much? 17.5. Now that because you don't have the half. So with the 17.5, this other half is then, because the constitution says 50%, not less than 50%. So this half will then come inside, and then we are expected to pronounce on 18 females. There can be more, it's still 5. Right. So how we have done this process unfolded is that we received a total number of 15 males who have accepted and 13 females. This is where we are at now. So now we are going to, okay, there is a hand up. Yes, we are acknowledged. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm Katazi, the regional chairperson of Pixel 7. I just need clarity, Chair, because the 50 plus 1% on 35 in terms of the collective of the PEC gives me 18 in terms of females, 18 including the officials. So the 18 is not on the additionals, it includes the officials. So I just want to, because as I'm listening to it now, it is as if now on the process that we are dealing with now, we are saying that we are expected to have 18 females, which is 17. I just need to get that clarity. No, I'm not suggesting anything. It's just that I wanted to put it up to say after we have pronounced, even whether it's elections or not, we must be mindful of that. So that is inclusive of both the top 5 and the additional members. That's why I spoke in terms of 18. Right. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Marekis from Siafuma Branch of Pixel. I just received a message from Mr. Toline Sokacha that he declined his nomination.
Bring over that message here.
Focus on point, I'm checking the guys coming.
Thank you once more, comrades. The letter reads, good afternoon, Provincial Secretary. Based on my discussions with my leadership, I hereby decline nomination to the PEC. Hope this you will find this in order from Police Simon Sokacha.
Maybe for record all purposes, can I get a person who spoke about this to PP that decline form so that we are able to balance in terms of the records that we are receiving? Women coming, agency staff, can you assist with that regard? It's coming from so that there was a comrade who would raise this from the floor. So now we have 14 names that this process assisted us with. Please can you sign that? Now we are going to go to the floor nomination. With the floor nomination, yes. Come to the mic.
Mangari Somatika, voting delegate from Francis Park, I nominate the name of Boni Mare.
Just take a seat. I was going to explain first how this process must unfold. I know maybe you are in a rush, so yeah. I don't know you are declining, that's why I thought, oh, it's fine. We will then call upon nominations from the floor. Remember, again, with the credentials that says it's 536, and then 25% of that is 134, right? So for the name to qualify, it must achieve that 134 or more, so that that name will then qualify into a ballot paper. Secondly, as well, you nominate in that process. You indicate who you are, where you are from. You then give us the name of the person that you are nominating. We will then further check with that person nominated, whether that person will want to accept or decline nomination. If they are not here, we will then want to accept any form of communique that will assist us in terms of us verifying that. In the absence of any of those measures, that name will not qualify. All right. Then are you ready for nomination from the floor? All right. The very first person who took the mic, the man starting giving us.
Mangari Somatika, voting delegate from Francis Park, I nominate the name of Boni Mare.
Before you could just give us, don't be in a rush. It's who?
Mangaliso.
No, it's fine. That is taken. You are nominating who?
Boni Marekwa.
Boni, are you present in this conference? And you are duly nominated. You want to know whether you want to accept or decline nominations.
Dear Chairperson, I, Boni Marekwa, do accept nomination as an additional member. Can you sign?
And then I check before proceeding, is Boni a male or a female? Can you then check from this house, all those that want to support the name of Boni Marekwa, raise your tax. Remember? Hey, tax. You raise your hand, we pass. We want to see whether you are a voting delegate or not. Agency staff, take them. Come to me. Keep raising those tax up until we are counted.
The name of Boni Mareko qualifies. Still on the floor nomination. Is there any further nominations? And I'm getting from that side. Yeah, we'll come this side, that side, this other side, until we give everybody an opportunity to nominate. That side.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Abraham Foslu. I am the voting delegate from ZFM. I propose the name of David Magdalena. David Magdalena.
Magdalena.
Yes.
Magdalena.
And and she happened to be a female as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Magdalena, David, you are duly nominated. You want to know whether you want to accept or to try nominations? All those who want to support the Magdalene Davis, raise your tax and be counted.
Magdalene Davis qualified. Still on the floor for further nominations, but before I can say whoever Umama here wants to address the conference.
Amanda, yeah, comrades, I'm Miriam PB. I want to decline, or I decline the nomination.
Residency staff form. Floor nomination this side. Go to the mic.
Francis Bragg. I nominated Usma Meres.
Who? What's the name?
Anna Bukhatwe.
Who are you
nominating? Maku Bukhatwe. Maku Meres.
Maku
Meres.
Meres.
From Lafima with 6 Francis Bragg.
So is the name and the surname Maku Meres? Okay. Is Maku Meres present in this house? As duly nominated, you want to know whether you want to accept or decline nomination. Is Maku Meres a male or a female? Female. Maku?
Thank you, comrades, for the confidence in me, but I truly decline.
Further nomination from the floor.
My name is Babalelo Simpson. I'm from Jontalo Haidzew region. I stand here to nominate the name of Tobeka Mtintena.
Is Tobeka a male or a female?
She's a female.
Tobeka, you are duly nominated. You want to know whether you want to accept or decline nominations.
Speak to the mic. We want to hear you. Speak to the mic.
My name is Tomeka Mtintelwa. I accept the nomination.
And all those who want to support the name of Tomeka, raise your text to the contest.
No, don't sit there, bro. The screen is going to shake. So we're using it as paraclete. Yeah. We need a check. Yeah, that's fine. I'll make a plate. Oh, buddy. Easy. Yeah, easy. Did you see?
Next time, we have to pass it. Yeah.
The name of Tomeka qualifies. Still on the floor. Yeah, I'm moving from one area to the other. I'll come to you. This side. Am I seeing somebody this side? Oh, nomination this side. Stand there, don't move. Stand there.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby nominate the name.
Who are you?
Oh. My name is Neltos Masakela, the regional chair of JTJ. I hereby nominate the name of corporate Violet Jordan, a female, to stand for nominations.
Violet, you are duly nominated. You want to know whether you want to accept or decline nominations?
I do accept the nomination.
All those who want to support the name of Violet Jordan, raise your text to be counted.
The name of Violet Jordan qualifies. Still on the floor, is there any further nomination from the floor? You are acknowledged.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Mervyn Kluk, the voting delegate. I am nominating the name of Comrade Anna Witbooi.
Anna.
Anna Witbooi.
Anna Witbooi, you are duly nominated. You want to know whether you want to accept or decline nomination?
I, Anna Witbooi, accept the nomination.
All those who want to support the name of Anna, raise your text to be counted. The name of Anna Witbooi qualifies. Still on the floor, is there any further nomination?
Yes.
It's fine, I'm going to check this other side.
This side, this side.
Check this side. You are acknowledged.
Comrade Wende Mareko, I voting delegate, here nominated the name of Comrade Helena English. Yes.
Is Comrade Helena English? Helena, is the female male or female?
Female.
You are duly nominated. We want to know whether you want to accept or decline nomination. And all those who want to support the name of Fanena English, raise your text to the content.
Sorry, Baba.
This was a lovely, lovely song. Let me just... You might give yourself a very big round of applause for this song. Very, very, very good. The name of Alena English qualifies. Still on the floor, is there any further nomination from the floor? Remember our drill, if there is no nomination, keep your hands to yourselves. I'll then call for nomination once, twice, and then we close. Then maybe you can give us 1 or 2 or 3 minutes for us to look at the statistics and then tell you exactly the outcome in terms of how the statistics are. Is there any nomination from the floor? Going once? Going twice? Going twice? Closed. Nomination officially qualifiers are closed. Let's close.
Bambele! Bambele in the Northern Cape Province, Bambele! Maka! Yeruna!
Now I'm going to take this opportunity to read out all the names that are qualifying for the ballot paper. In the process, we will exclude those that have initially accepted, but at the later stage have declined. So that all of us we are in the same page in terms of those who have qualified. These are not the results, okay? Solile Munakali Nontowege Toksi Vilagazi Solile Jandana Rodney Peterson Moses Mualusi Mase Manopole Eunice Ujosi Sophia Musikati Joyce Adams Dineo Liutlete Cornelius Nyelele We have a decline from Sophia Musikati. I'm continuing. There is Kolega Ngwenya. Owen Job. Sandiseni Sitole. Kenny Muimang. Lerato Muleleki. Elroy Pega. Lorenda Finis. Ivan Yuris. No. Not Ivan. Ivan Yuris has declined. Cecilia Oliphant. Yanin Pito. Yeboham Mutlaping. Sizem Langeni. Sabina Msikane, who again is Sabina Van Veek. Nurin Cluster, Roger Swat, Fuyani Mkhawu,
just be procedural. If there is something like that, somebody goes to the mic like it has been happening for record purposes, so that we then indicate to us that whomsoever is issued a letter or any communique, so that it then gets to be brought forward, be looked into by even the commission. Okay, by meeting the commission to see it, and then we can escalate from there. There is a communique, but the chair of the commission will deal with it.
I, Vianney Godfrey Shawi, herewith decline the nomination into the PEC at the 9th Provincial Conference. Thanks.
Whoever that brought that message must then come here and assist us in terms of filling in and kicking the signature there on behalf of Vianney Shawi. Furthermore, we have names that succeeded from the floor as well. Boni Mareko, Magdalene David, Malcolm Meves. There is a Tobega. No. Malcolm has declined. Sorry. Declined, yes. There's a Tobega. Just I did not pick up the surname properly. I'm written here. I'm not too sure if it's correct. Oh, it's Tobega Mtitelwa, Violet Jordan, Anna Bedboy, and lastly, Alena English. Alena. Okay. Henrietta English. This then indicates to us that we are achieving so far in terms of our gender balance. We have read out all the names, and then we are getting 17 females from the floor for additional members, plus 1 female who's from the top 5. Then we have now a total of 18 females. And with males from this floor nomination process, including branch nomination process of additional members, it gives us 13, plus you have 4 for top 5, therefore it's 17. Now then I take, maybe give us one revolutionary song so that we consolidate our issues, and then we ready ourselves to officially announce and pronounce this result. Give us rent us a song.
Can we have the preparation in terms of the sitting arrangement, so that as when we pronounce this outcome, those who are duly elected unopposed will then ascend to the floor and take up their rightful positions. Can we have movement in terms of the sitting, so that as they come up, they are able to take their seats, and then, yeah. Now, I'm here by declare the following names to have been nominated. They have accepted. All are not contested. They are all to be elected. We will give them a very big round of applause. And they are not in any particular order, because it's not voting in terms of how many numbers. So we have sorted them out in terms of gender. We'll start with the females. Then immediately after that will be males. And then as we call upon the name, they will then come in front and occupy their seat. And I take this moment and ask this conference to give a very big round of applause for Nontobego Toxi Vilagasi. Again, can you give a very big round of applause for Marcel Manopole? Again, you give a very big round of applause for Eunice Bojosi. We are called upon again to give a very big round of applause for Joyce Adams. The same goes for the Newo Lutweze, as well as Kolega Ngwenya. Lerato Muleleki, Lorenda Finis, Cecilia Oliphant, Nurin Klaske, Sabrina van Veek Masikane, Boni Marekwa, Magdalena David, Tobeka Mtinterwa, Violet Jordan, Anna Vetboy, and Helena English. Now Uzotata Go, the head of the household. Let them prepare themselves. Zolile Munakadi, Zolile Jandana, Rodney Picasso, Moses Mwalusi, Cornelius Nyelele, Owen Job, Sandisene Sitole, Kenny Muimang, Elroy Pete, Fuyani Mpito, Leboham Mutapin, Sizwe Mlangeni, and finally, give a very big round of applause for Roger Swart. This then concludes our work. We as the election agency, we are grateful that we are able to pronounce on the expected mandate, and we are grateful. Thank you and thank you and thank you and thank you. Amanza! Viva ANC, viva! Viva ANC, viva! Viva unity, viva! Comrades, on behalf of the National Executive Committee of the ANC as led by President Ramaphosa, who is not suspended, we want to officially declare the elections as free and fair. We also want to officially hand over to the Provincial Executive Committee that we have elected unopposed as led by Comrade Dr. Zamani Sol. But we also want to congratulate you delegates. It's for the first time we've been attending conferences of the ANC that we conclude voting during the day. We don't vote in the evening when it's very cold. You deserve to give yourself a big round of applause for that. To the Provincial Executive Committee, the chairperson suggested about 9 things that we must do as a province. I can't recall the 9 things. And conferences agreed to that. I hope we'll do that. Now, comrades, we are advised that we should not go back to the villages because they are going to decontaminate. As during lunch, don't go to the villages because they must pray. Those of us with COVID may have, as we were laughing, our child will be remaining there. The last thing, comrades, in terms of the rules that you've adopted of conference, I like the song you are singing, Faction Awanandawada. But we've said that we must not mention names of people. You know, in my youth days, I would agree. I like the song, but because of the rules that we've adopted as Congress, can we stick to that particular rule because we have ourselves adopted it as conference? You have done very well as a province, with those smaller kind of things. So that is that. Comrades, the Mani Soul, we want to give you Mshingo Waku now as the provincial chairperson. We are retreating as the NEC. We are here now with you to observe and do oversight, but now the PEC is officially in office. The temporary power we had is gone now. The PEC is now taking over the directors in terms of what we have done. And to those who have declined, comrades, those who have spoken to, it's not because we don't like you. But it's always important to look at the motive of conference. This conference is very united. We may not be happy as individuals, but let's put, and I thank you for agreeing to put the interest of the organization above our self-interest. So it's very good. It will be very good that in the history of the organization, when we write the books about the Northern Cape, we will reflect about the 4 or 5 comrades who have demonstrated selflessness and put the interest of the organization above all. Can we give those comrades a round of applause? Comrades, thank you very much. Before I give Comrade Chairperson, I want to say we are going now for lunch. The President will address us at 3 o'clock. We must all be back here at 2:45. There must be high level of discipline when the President addresses us. Thank you very much. Can you break for lunch, comrades? Thank you. Elections, we must thank you very, very much. I'm reminded by Comrade Makolo. We thank you very much for the work you've done. Thank you very much.
Oh, so cartoon.
Socialism. Oh, the socialism.
Okay, yeah,
Come on.
It's going to get more concentrated, oh, you mean you see direct feed yourself? What record that is direct feed? Okay. I get to go in the accelerator to my sound desk. Yeah. So, more pressure record the record that. So, what my baby is
Viva ANC, viva! Viva ANC, viva! Forward to the revolutionary tripartite alliance, forward! Forward to the revolutionary tripartite alliance, forward! Amanza! Comrades, I'm sure you can see there on the main screens, the President has just joined us. And let me then take this opportunity to welcome the President to this 9th Provincial Conference of the ANC in the Northern Cape. Comrade President, we've got members of the National Executive Committee who are here with us. We started yesterday with a keynote address from the Deputy Secretary General, who was here with us yesterday for the whole day up until this morning. She joined the proceedings, but she had to proceed to the Free State Province. So for the whole of yesterday, the DSG was with us here with an army of National Executive Committee members. We've got the provincial convener, the NEC convener to the Northern Cape, Comrade Colin Mahine, is here and he's been with us from around Thursday, and he's been holding the fort here on behalf of the National Executive Committee. And I see delegates are very much impressed with him around. And we also have Comrade Derek Anako, who's been with us as well. We also have Comrade Tina Jumat Peterson, who's also with us here. Comrade Elvin Botes is also here, and Comrade Nokolo Pivot. So we've got an army of members of the National Executive Committee who are here, whose responsibility is to give overall guidance to the proceedings of this 9th Provincial Conference. We started yesterday, Comrade President, all the reports were presented after the keynote address by the DSG. All of the reports that were presented to plenary were adopted. And yesterday, we closed around 11 after an uncontested election of the top 5 in the province. We started this morning with an address from Comrade Jewel Etitenzi on strategy and tactics and balance of forces. Quite an insightful presentation, and what we got out of that presentation will actually constitute the basis of our discussions that will take place this afternoon. And we also commenced this morning with the elections of 30 additional members And what happened here today, Comrade President, is unprecedented. It's for the first time we get into a conference where the top 5 gets elected unopposed and the 30 additional members are elected unopposed. We are actually harvesting and reaping the benefits of the hard work that we did over the past 4 years to build organic unity in the Northern Cape. The basis of organic unity, Comrade President, is political maturity and how we handle issues which are likely to divide us. And the basis of organic unity is for us to commit ourselves collectively to ensure that we've got an organization in the Northern Cape with internal cohesion, where we don't fight over petty issues. Our primary focus should be to ensure that as the governing party of the Northern Cape, we improve the quality of lives of the people of the Northern Cape, than ripping ourselves apart and navel-gazing. So that's the reason why the leadership product from yesterday is through consensus. Today, 30 additional members with 50% representation of women with no contestation. And I think we deserve a nice round of applause. So we are readying ourselves for commissions. And we thought that before we can engage in that exercise of getting into commissions, we will need an input from the President that will guide, enrich, and inform the engagements that will take place in the commissions. Because in the commissions, comrades, we are supposed to chart the way forward for the next 4 years. Give this incoming PEC a clear mandate of what is expected from it. We can only do that if we seriously engage in our work during the commissions. And the President is here to give an input into that work, to give us a reflection of the contemporary challenges which are confronting our glorious movement, and opportunities as well. When we speak about challenges, we tend to forget that there are massive opportunities that we have to interrogate, exploit on how best to advance our agenda in order for us to ensure that we make significant progress towards the national democratic society. So with those few words, Comrade President, let me welcome your virtual presence to this conference. The last conference that we had in Colesberg, you were physically present. And today you are virtually present. And I want to thank you very much for your commitment and love for the province of the Northern Cape. That you took a decision in your very hectic schedule. We saw you yesterday welcoming the President of France, and we know that you've got a packed program for this weekend, but you said you are going to make an opportunity to engage and converse with the delegates who are congregated here in the 9th Provincial Conference of the ANC. We thank you very much for that. We feel as this province, for that kind of commitment, we are deeply indebted to you and your team. Then I will give over to you, Comrade President, and so that you can address us as the newly elected PEC and as well as newly elected BEC members who are here and newly elected RECs that are here. I'm certain you are quite aware that this 9th Provincial Conference is preceded by almost 190 branch general meetings, where new branch leaders were elected, and 4 regional conferences where new regional executive committees were elected, and today we are in this conference where we are electing the Provincial Executive Committee. So everything here is brand new. From branch leaders that are here, RECs that are here, including the Provincial Executive Committee. So, Comrade President, let me give over the floor to you.
Well, Provincial Chairperson, Comrade Zamani Saul, NEC members who are present, provincial officials who've just been elected, leaders of the Alliance present, and comrades and friends. It is truly an honor, Comrade Zamani, to address this 9th Provincial Conference of the ANC in the Northern Cape. Ek wou so graag Springbok toe gekom het, maar die werk hou my ver van julle af. Ek sal julle nog weer kom kuier, want Springbok, as hulle sê in Engels, is my stomping ground. I used to come to Springbok a lot of times to organize mine workers in Kleinsie, in Koinas, and various copper mines in the area. So it's a part of the world that I really, truly love. And when you, Comrade Zamani, told me that the conference is going to be in Springbok, I got so elated, and I felt that I would come and visit Springbok again. In my young days, I used to know every corner of Springbok in a nice way, not in a funny way. So ek is jammer dat ek kon nie daar wees nie. It is a remarkable achievement to have organized and convened the regional conferences, and now to be convening in a very cold Springbok, I'm told, the provincial conference. It is also remarkable that so many of the branches have held their own elective branch meetings, and it's fantastic. I often tell people that, you know, the ANC in some people's eyes might be thought to be have weakened and on its weak knees and so on. But I've often said the ANC is alive. The ANC lives, and whether they like it or not, the ANC leads, and it will continue to lead. And you, comrades, from yourself, Comrade Zamani, and other officials and branch leaders, you are the true representation of what the ANC is all about. And I'm so delighted to hear you say, yes, you have been forging organic unity over some time. And I call it organic revolutionary unity, because we are living through very challenging times. But despite that, our movement continues to live, and it shows perseverance and dedication. And to have made this conference, the first provincial conference in this era of COVID in the country, is quite an achievement. So I take off my hats to you all and applaud you. Comrades, as you all well know, we are living through challenging times. And I've often said that even at the NEC meetings that the ANC has had challenging times in the past. The ANC has lived through many epochs. It lived through the First World War. It lived through the 1918 pandemic. The ANC was there. It lived through the Second World War. It lived through the global depression. I was reading a history of how our leadership of the ANC charted our glorious movement throughout all these challenges, and the presidents who were then leading the organization and how they navigated their way through the pandemic, the wars, as well as the global depression, and as well as the formal codification of apartheid in 1948. So our movement has lived through thick and thin, and maybe one day our historian, Comrade Zamani, should detail the various epochs that our movement has been through and how it survived. But one can say that our movement has never been through an epoch like this, where we've had a virus that has engulfed the whole world, but at the same time, we are in government, and the other times we were to calmer waters ourselves, where we've got more than 10 million people unemployed, where we've got a virus that is killing so many people, youth unemployment, and it is the ANC that is confronting all these challenges. And it was for this reason that the ANC identified 5 priorities for our movement in 2021. Firstly, it was that we should act together with all South Africans to defeat the COVID pandemic. And secondly, we should place our economy on a path of renewal and recovery. And thirdly, we should forge ahead with the fundamental renewal of the ANC in line with its core mandate and values. And fourthly, we should strengthen developmental and participatory local government and achieve a decisive win in the upcoming local government elections. And fifthly, we should, and in the course of strengthening local government, we should strengthen the capacity of our government more broadly at provincial and national level. And fifthly, we should build a better Africa and a better world. Now, those are the key priorities that we identified for this year. And if you look at all of them, comrades, you can see how correct the leadership of the ANC has been in depicting all those. But as Comrade Zamani says, in all these priorities, which we can either depict as challenges, there are also a number of opportunities. With regard to COVID, we've identified COVID as a challenge and as the enemy that we've got to defeat. The measures that you have also taken to make this conference as safe as you possibly can, such as convening a set number of delegates in the various marquees, making sanitizers and masks readily available, and cordoning off areas proves the point that there is deep understanding of what we are facing. It also points to a movement that is very aware of the risks that are posed by this pandemic. Indications, comrades, are that our country is entering a third wave as the rising COVID-19 infections are just going up. And we must do everything in our power to mitigate against this impact. We are once again going to have to remind South Africans to remain vigilant and protect themselves and each other. The Northern Cape, unfortunately, has been the highest per capita COVID, has seen the highest per capita COVID infections in the country at nearly 34 to 100, and the next closest province being the Free State at nearly 15 per 100 infections. This province has seen a spike in infections during the last few weeks, and the hospital admissions tell us that these infection rate is high as admissions have been rising considerably. It has been reported that the province's ICU capacity is under a great deal of stress. And the most immediate priority for the ANC in the province must therefore be to bring the infections under control and to protect the health system. Ons moet dit sê hier dat ons kan nie met COVID speel nie. Dit is 'n gevaarlike siekte. En die prys van onverantwoordelikheid is te hoog. If we don't take responsibility, it is very high. Every one of us has been touched by this disease. We all know someone who has been sick, and many of us have lost loved ones to this horror. I want to reiterate that our ability to manage this phase of the pandemic will depend on the behavior of our people, the speed with which we can vaccinate eligible citizens, and the extent to which we contain further spread. Let us urge the elderly to register, and upon receipt of their SMSs, we should go for their vaccinations. There have been great stories of how those who are eligible, particularly the elderly, have been treated quickly and have not really had to waste a lot of time. But there have also been stories where people have waited for far too long. We are going to get rid of all these wrinkles and to make sure that there is quick service as we increase the vaccination process. Everyone, as we have always said, and we need to say it over and over, that the masks are our biggest defense at the moment, although vaccines are going to be our ultimate defense in the medium to long term. And the ANC must intensify our campaign to remind our people to adhere to these public health and safety measures. As the African National Congress, we must be repeating that message over and over. And in many ways, that will demonstrate to our people of the care and the compassion that the ANC has for the lives of our people. When we move to the next phase of the vaccination program, we must ensure that many people, everyone gets vaccinated. Because we are only all safe when everyone is safe. And I think that's the message we should carry forward. If one is not safe, then we are all not safe. I was saying yesterday at a seminar where we're present with the President of France, President Emmanuel Macron, that we need to ensure that all of us in the world have equitable access to vaccines. This has been a major, major challenge. And we were saying this virus started off in a particular country in the world, and it just started spreading like mushroom. So what it really requires is that all of us need to be made safe, because if anyone in any part of the world is not safe, it could spread again. Now, despite our best efforts in making incremental progress, international cooperation on the matter of vaccine production and distribution is not showing as much success as we would have liked to see. And you will all be aware, comrades, that when the issue of vaccines availability was a reality, South Africa and India raised the issue of the waiver at the WTO, World Trade Organization level, to waive the TRIPS, the intellectual property protections that resides at the World Trade Organization for manufacturers and innovators of these vaccines. We said, because we are facing a global challenge, let us waive that restriction, and waive the TRIPS restriction. Now we're delighted, comrades, that more than 100 countries around the world have supported South Africa's and India's call. And when the call was made, some people were thinking that, these two countries, developing economy countries, they can't really have weight in their call. And comrades, our voice and our call has gained a lot of currency. And a number of big countries have started support. The United States is one, and France is another, and so on. And we're making a basic call saying that we're all at war and the enemy is one. And we all therefore need the weaponry that we can utilize against this. It's not, one country fighting another where you can say your intellectual property in devising a weapon is your preserve alone. It should be our common preserve, because we are preserving the lives of all our people. And we have said they should be waived for the duration of the pandemic. And they are raising all manner of things, innovation, so on, intellectual property. But we are not relenting on our message, because we believe it's a correct one. And what do we want? We want to be able to manufacture our own vaccines. Africa has just had 2% of its population vaccinated, and yet more northern countries have had up to 40% and some up to 70%. And we are saying it cannot be. It cannot be that Africa is left behind. And we are pleased that countries of Africa have coalesced and joined hands and are saying we want to manufacture on our own, we want technology transfer, we want the waiver to happen. Because it is truly absurd, almost obscene, that Western governments must incentivize some of their reluctant citizens to be vaccinated, while those of us in the developing economies are literally dying for vaccines. We are simply asking for a waiver of these vaccine patents while the pandemic is raging under, yes, specified conditions. They have argued that many African countries may not have the capacity. And we have said to them, don't tell us whether we have capacity or not. It must be up to us to say, yes, in this regard, we don't have capacity. And we are arguing that we do have capacity. And yesterday, we had this seminar where President Macron of France was present. And we had all these many speakers who were saying we have capacity. In our country, we've got at the very least 2 that have capacity. Aspen, which is an originated South African company that operates globally now in 150 countries, which also has as its shareholders the workers of our country who work in the chemical area, and BioVac, in which the government has a shareholding. And we said, for starters, this is what we have, but we want this opportunity. This is where Comrade Zamani's point comes in, opportunity. We want the opportunities to be opened for Black business. Black industrialists and Black business people who operate in the health sector can come to the fore once technology has been transferred, know-how has been transferred. They will be able to go and raise funding very easily and be able to manufacture the hundreds of millions of vaccines that are needed in the world, and not only on our continent, but in the world, because we do want to export to Europe, to the Americas, to Asia, and all over. Vaccine manufacturing cannot be and must not be the preserve of only northern economies. We can do it as well. So comrades, we're pushing ahead with this. Unfortunately, our voice is being heard, and I'll be going to the G7 and in a few weeks, and we're going to be advocating this. This is a process that we would like to see achieved. They have agreed so far that they will give support and so forth, but we say we want more. We want the waiver, because through the waiver, we will be able to enable a number of companies, especially Black companies, to come to the fore, to get into this space. So whilst COVID is a great challenge for us and people are dying, we say we can defeat COVID. Vaccines must be made available. We need more and more vaccines, but we also need the capability to be able to have vaccines or to manufacture vaccines beyond this COVID pandemic. The second issue, comrades, is to place our economy on a path of renewal and recovery. Now, we continue to face this challenge posed by the deepening poverty, unacceptably high unemployment levels, and persistent inequality. Our unemployment rate has been rising over time, and it is the ANC's responsibility to address this issue, because we cannot sit back as a self-respecting movement and see more and more of our people being unemployed. Our efforts to comprehensively address these challenges have been unavoidably and negatively impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. Despite the unexpected and unforeseen nature of the pandemic, we responded relatively well as a government and as a people. South Africans largely adhered to the lockdown regulations, and at the government level, we gave assistance to our people in many, many ways. We've also been able to target our financial and social and other assistance programs to a large degree, and introduce an unprecedented assistance package, which almost amounted to 10% of our GDP. Unprecedented in the history of our country. Now, these programs that we implemented made a meaningful difference and mitigated against the worst ravages of the pandemic to our people's lives. We are aware of the teething problems and challenges experienced, such as delayed UIF payments and the relatively slow uptake of the loan guarantee scheme. But our pledge is that we learn from these experiences and will do even better. We continue to watch this space to see what else should government be seeking to do. This pandemic, comrades, has had a devastating effect on an already ailing economy. Now, here in the Northern Cape, julle het almal gesien dat baie besighede toegemaak het tydens hierdie pandemie, where a number of our people were running businesses, they've had to shut down. And it has led to not only a loss of jobs, but also to a difficult situation for our households, our people. When discussing the effects of the pandemic as the leadership of the Alliance, we agreed that this devastating and horrific pandemic also presented us with an opportunity to fundamentally and radically transform our economy and society. We can rebuild rather, in a more equitable and humane manner, and ensure that more Black people, more women, more youth, more rural people can participate fully and productively in the economy. Now, building on the directive set out by the ANC and the Alliance, government developed the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan to guide our economy to grow more inclusively and equitably. And there are 4 priority interventions in terms of the plan, which are to roll out a massive infrastructure initiative throughout the country, rapidly expanding energy generation capacity. As you know, our energy is constrained, but also to embark on an employment stimulus to create jobs and support livelihoods and drive industrial growth through local production and making South African exports more competitive. Now, the Northern Cape has carried the legacy of being the biggest province geographically and the most underdeveloped for far too long. We must change the mindset and the trajectory to seeing it as, or rather the mindset to seeing it as the province with the most potential for development. There are many initiatives that will benefit the Northern Cape under the plan that we've crafted, either through the expansion of existing initiatives or implementing new programs. I speak here of programs such as expanded support for small businesses through centers for entrepreneurship and rapid incubation at the DR and Katu TVET colleges. The centers will help small and medium enterprises set up new small businesses, and more centers are planned for Namaqualand and Pixley Kaisaka Seme region, leading to more jobs and sustainable livelihoods. There are also various infrastructure projects planned for the Northern Cape, such as the planned refurbishment of existing water infrastructure, drilling of boreholes, and other initiatives across several municipalities in the province. This will both assist the agricultural sector and create jobs in the province. So those are some of the key areas that we want to focus on to change the landscape of the province. Comrade Zamani, whom we have deployed as Premier, continues to be preoccupied with these matters. I know this because each time he and I converses, it is about economic development that we converse and to see how best we can change the trajectory of the Northern Cape so that it does indeed become a sunrise province. Now, the other priority, of course, is forging ahead with the fundamental renewal of the ANC in line with its core mandate and values. Now, in addition to the challenges posed by COVID-19, our movement is also going through a period characterized by instances of ill discipline, disrespect for organizational norms, values, and resistance. This is not unexpected. Any project of renewal and rebuilding will encounter resistance from those who benefited from the deviant practices of the past. Here in the Northern Cape, you have also had your own challenges posed by disunity, infighting, factionalism, greed, and corruption. But I am glad to have heard Comrade Zamani say, over the past few months, we have been working on organic unity. which I call revolutionary organic unity. This pleases us exceedingly because ever since NASREC, we've been seeking to forge unity across the organization. And unity that is based on principle, not on convenience. We are determined to execute the mandate given to us by the NASREC conference, because delegates at that conference were clear when they said all ANC members from the NEC to ordinary branch members must work harder together to unite and to rebuild this glorious movement of our people. When we speak of unity, we are referring, as I said, to a principled unity. And now in the Northern Cape, you've coined a wonderful word, organic unity. It is unity that must arise from the branches, the basic units of the African National Congress, based on the positions and values of our movement. Unity does not mean that we must close ranks at all costs and at all times. When a comrade is denigrating or attacking the ideals and the mission of our movement, then we need to call that comrade to order. And that is unity. That is what we mean by forging unity and the renewal process, the act of being able to call out comrades who are deviating is the renewal process that we want to see, so that we can, through this process, forge this revolutionary unity. Calling out wrong or deviant behavior that demeans the standing of the ANC is protecting the ANC. Our renewal process must tell us that we want to protect the ANC, its standing, its existence, and its effectiveness. Protecting the ANC is a revolutionary imperative. When we join the ANC, we voluntarily assume the duty to protect and to defend the movement, its aims and policies. When one assumes a leadership position in this movement, the membership rightly believes that comrades have a more advanced understanding of the rights and duties of being an ANC member, that they would be well within their rights to be appalled when such a leader defies the movement and undermines its standing, its existence, and its unity. It is therefore always said for the ANC, when we see some of its leaders behaving in a manner that portrays a less than ideal understanding of the culture, the values, the principles, and the policies of our movement. The ANC is a caring organization, but our care and understanding must not be misconstrued. Comrades, we must arrive at a point where we will not tolerate devious behavior that undermines the standing of this glorious movement and diminishes its standing and its integrity. And it is in this regard, comrades, that the 54th conference urged us to draw a line in the sand and say, we are going to reclaim the integrity of the African National Congress. I have full confidence that delegates to this provincial conference who would have applied their minds fully to the mission of our organization and identified leaders who are best suited to the task at hand. And I'm glad that having done so, you've elected your leaders to continue with their tasks on an uncontested basis. And therefore you have confidence and trust in them because if they had not distinguished themselves as being the types of leaders that are needed for this moment in our movement's existence, you would not have elected them. And I would say to those who have been elected, both at branch level, at regional level, as well as at provincial level, be it on the PEC or on the officials level, they must be humbled that confidence has been placed and invested in them. For leadership is about humility. It is about being willing to serve our people and our movement. And we must forever remember that our historic mission is to unite the people of South Africa behind the goals of the National Democratic Revolution. And we cannot do so if we ourselves are not grounded, well grounded in our knowledge and understanding of ANC principles, policies, values. And if we are not grounded amongst our people. Renewing the ANC means that we must strengthen our movement and enable it to serve the people selflessly and in a manner that builds our organization, our people, and our nation. Whilst COVID-19 disrupted physical meetings and other planned organizational activities, the ANC and the Alliance managed to organize many online and other activities under challenging conditions. And in doing so, we continued our activities to renew the ANC, the Alliance, and the broader mass democratic movement. The human spirit and the breadth of our ingenuity and adaptability is really encouraging. We led many programs and campaigns as the campaign against racism in support of Palestine, against gender-based violence. And very importantly, we led campaigns to promote adherence to COVID-19 regulations. We also managed, comrades, to strengthen and renew bonds with many progressive formations, both inside and outside the country. I also hasten to add, we managed to reach out to some comrades and people who would not have reached, we would not have reached except through virtual means. At the same time, we probably did not reach many of our members and supporters who do not have access to modern technology. As we are likely to be heading into a period of reduced physical interaction over the next few weeks as a result of the pandemic, I urge you to discuss how we can sustain a vibrant organizational life under COVID conditions. Now, we always say that the ANC belongs to all of us. There is room for everyone who will abide by its mission, values, and ethos. Unfortunately, there have been some amongst us who did not live according to this principle. Gatekeeping has been a number of instances to the order of the day, and that can no longer be tolerated. The ANC must be at the center of every campaign, every struggle, and every popular community organization that serve the interests of our people. We must be the driving force of every street committee, every community safety forum, and every civic organization. In other words, comrades, the ANC must be everywhere, at every time, and in every way possible. If we are truly to lead society, then we must be part of that society and earn the support of the people by serving with integrity, with dignity and humility. It is therefore important that, comrades, we should put the African National Congress as the center of all activity where we are. Now, COVID-19 has shown a harsh light on who we are as a people, and we can be proud of much of what it exposed. Stories of human solidarity abound, with many examples of communities coming together to care for the poor, the indigent, and in their midst. This was in addition to the comprehensive social assistance program that government put in place. At the same time, there were some unscrupulous and inhuman individuals who used COVID-19 to steal from the people. Law enforcement will continue to deal with these. Substance abuse continues to affect our communities severely, and the response to the recent temporary stoppages of the sale of alcohol has illustrated that South Africa has a complicated, possibly unhealthy relationship with alcohol. We need to do more in-depth research and have a comprehensive national discussion about this matter. And I urge you to have regard to this during your policy discussions. How can we address this alcohol challenge? It is huge. We are reputed to be possibly amongst the top 3 hugely alcohol consuming countries. And alcohol consumption leads to gender-based violence, which continues to plague our communities. It affects people from all walks of life and is pervasive. Our response to gender-based violence should go beyond the criminal justice system and speak to the social factors underlying this scourge. And this is where the ANC needs to show leadership. We must address issues of patriarchy and toxic masculinity that allow men and boys to assume that women and girls are inferior to them. We must also empower women and girls socially and economically to enable them to get out of abusive environments. In addition, ANC cadres must mobilize and put pressure on public representatives to ensure that we embark on programs that will rid our country of gender-based violence. Fortunately, in Parliament, the bills and the laws or the legislation that has to deal with this is just about to be finalized, if not finalized this past week. It will soon come to my table as president, and I will make sure that it's signed and inaugurated. Much more insidious has been the prevalence, comrades, of sexism in our own movement. And this we must say directly, because it is insidious and it is really sickening that male comrades would tend to push women comrades out of existing positions of leadership and verbally attack women in public or on social media, or otherwise prevent women from even standing for positions. We must not allow this to happen in our movement. Women comrades must enjoy the fullness of membership of the ANC and be able to take up responsibilities as leaders. And I'm pleased, Comrade Zamani, to hear that, yes, you've created a really good balance between men and women in the leadership. Comrades, one of the ANC's fundamental values is that of non-racialism. However, of late, there have been a creeping erosion of this value in our movement. We have observed incidents of overt and covert racist attacks by members, and this must be condemned with all the contempt it needs. This has also tended to go beyond just the ANC purely and affect structures of our alliance and the mass democratic movement. The ANC must respond swiftly and decisively whenever it encounters racism within its midst or in our country. We know all too well the high price our people have paid under a racist regime, and we must not and cannot and must never allow it to recur. The ANC long ago and consistently since then made a deliberate choice that our movement will be non-racial. And that is the character of the ANC. But that is also the character of the South Africa that the NDR calls on us to achieve. We made a deliberate, clear choice. And it led to, yes, divisions, and the ANC, when it parted with another organization, because the leadership and the membership felt we must remain steadfast to this important value of non-racialism. And it is around this that our movement did swear that it will unite the people of this country on the basis of non-racialism. As illustrated by the departure of the group of 8 in 1975, this decision was not without its challenges, also in the 60s. However, the ANC took a principled decision that it will not judge comrades based on their skin color, but on their contribution to our struggle. The correctness of this decision continues to be borne out today. We need to remember what one of our leaders, who was the spirit behind the formation of the ANC and became president of the ANC, when he said, and that was Pixley Kaisakasem, and he said, the demon of racialism, the aberrations of the Xhosa finger feud, the animosity that exists between Zulus and Tongas, between the Basotho and every other native, must be buried and forgotten. It has shed amongst us sufficient blood. We are one people. These divisions, these jealousies are the cause of all our woes and all our backwardness and ignorance today. And comrades, we are greatly admired on the continent of Africa and internationally for having embraced this very important principle of non-racialism. Because where it does not exist, there is strife, there is conflict, and we can see in a number of cases on our continent. And we may think that this is horrific, it manifests itself in horrible ways, but it starts small amongst us, where it is sometimes said that we will not be led by so-and-so because he is this and that. We will not be led by this one because he is, and this group is dominating. That, comrades, is un-ANC, and we must not and we will not allow it. I will also not allow it for as long as I'm president, because it goes against the ethos of what the ANC is all about. The demon of racialism is the cause of all woes, as Pixley Kaisama said. South Africa, like the rest of the world, is experiencing this resurgence of racism, and the ANC needs to become even more steadfast in reasserting our commitment, and we must lead on this issue. We have unfortunately also experienced and observed racism, tribalism, and other forms of completely unacceptable backward behavior here in the Northern Cape, and this will not stand. And as Comrade Zamani said last night, we do not refer to one another as the Xhosa chairperson or the Tswana treasurer. We are ANC members and South Africans. And such language must never, ever, ever be heard and repeated in the African National Congress at all costs. The ANC as the leader of society bears an enhanced responsibility to honor the task placed upon us by former President O.R. Tambo and ensure that there are no black or white South Africans, as he said, just South Africans. Our other important task, comrades, is to strengthen developmental participatory local government and achieve a decisive win in the upcoming local government elections. We are scheduled to have these elections. Local government is the sphere of government closest to the people and best placed to address the people's needs. I visited Pampierstad and other towns during the 2020 January 8 celebrations, and saw once again what a difference local government makes in the lives of people. What I observed during that visit was a clear failure of local government, and it reaffirmed to me that if we do not strengthen local government, capacitated both with capable officials and leaders, we are doing an enormous disservice to our people. In fact, I would term it a betrayal of our revolution. In choosing local councillors, we must choose representatives who we know will ensure that our people have access to housing, our children have access to safe schools, and there should be safe water and sanitation facilities. And we urge all of us to choose the best amongst us to represent the ANC at the polls. And comrades, when I say the best amongst us, I'd like us to reflect on that. What does the best amongst us mean? It means those comrades who will carry the flag of the ANC in relation to its values, its principles, and what it stands for. But also must be comrades who are hard workers, who are deeply rooted in our communities. And there should be comrades who are capable and willing to serve selflessly. Not just comrades who have won a popularity contest, but comrades who the community trusts will be able to do their work. Our processes to choose candidates for the local government elections must be conducted transparently and according to the guidelines. Let us not repeat the mistakes of the past where there were instances of deviation from accepted norms and guidelines. And I know sometimes it is tempting, but it is when we are tempted to deviate that we face problems later on. We will have to be very innovative and adapt to using new tactics to reach communities if we are unable to do face-to-face campaigning under pandemic conditions. I want to put it as a challenge to the delegates to come up with few innovative proposals on how to campaign and to mobilize our voters as we are now going to move into the third wave. Most importantly, let us mobilize safely. I've been reading a book, comrades, about how another country, important country, escaped the poverty trap, and that is China. One of the things they say is that they focus on the local government sphere. And it was the local government sphere that ensured the growth of the economy. And I know at times we say local government has nothing and there's no tax base and all that. I'd like to put it as a challenge to all of us, that let us sit back and think what it is that we can do at local government level. One, to mobilize investments, to make an investment climate more conducive for those who would want to invest. How we can boost the revenue of our local government, and how all of us can contribute to make our local government be a living government that can serve our people. It is important that we reflect on this because, yes, national government has a lot to do to support local government, and we are going to embark on that. We've got 257 municipalities, and many of them, about 203 or 30 of them, are in dire straits. We need to pay attention. But we also, even during this conference, let's see how we can come up with strategies of how we can use some self-help measures. And let us not be browbeat into submission and think that, oh, the situation is hopeless, there's nothing we can do. Let us see how best we even want to engage with national government, yes, to make more resources available, but resources that we will use effectively. So it is important that we focus on the local government sphere. At the national level, comrades, we're working quite hard to strengthen the capacity of government. We want our government, which has been weakened over time, to be strengthened, to operate at a fairly capable level, and to ensure that what went wrong in the past is put right, and we streamline things in a way where government can be an attractive center again, that our people can have confidence in, where young people can see that they can make careers of working for government, and where we can rid our country of corruption and malfeasance, and where we can ensure that we have people who are just driven by nothing else but working to advance the interests of our people. The fifth priority, comrades, is a better world, a better Africa and a better world. I was telling President of France that South Africa's foreign policy trajectory is based on creating a better Africa. And everything that we seek to do in terms of foreign policy revolves around our continent. We are inherently Pan-Africanist. And even as we sit in various structures around the world, be it the G20, BRICS, and get invited to the G7 and sit at the UN and all other, we will be pushing the African flag and agenda vigorously. And of course, we've got to look at our own interests. Our own interests as a nation are primary, but at the same time, yes, we do want a better Africa and a better world. Now, this pandemic has really shown the interconnectedness of the world and proved how much all nations need to cooperate for mutual development and human prosperity. African nations managed to cooperate almost from the start of the pandemic, developing a continental response strategy, setting up the African Response Fund, the African Medical Supplies Platform. We worked together. And in many ways, this was like the precursor, I would say, of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Because we tasted through this COVID, much as it is a devastating virus, there was an opportunity, and this is the opportunity that Comrade Zamani was talking about. What were the opportunities? It gave us an opportunity as a continent that is fiercely Pan-Africanist. And this is how we as South Africa also approached our task when we were chair of the AU. We were fiercely Pan-Africanist, advancing the interests of our continent. There is no other continent in the whole world that worked as closely during the pandemic as we did and embarked on a number of initiatives. And South Africa was playing the lead role in all this, but mobilized people. And as we mobilized them, we were transnational. We did not focus on work being done by South Africans only. And if we did, it was just a few South Africans. But in the main, we mobilized talent on the continent. We created this powerful medical supplies platform on which we as South Africa also traded through our companies to a tune of 2 billion. Because what had happened was, as the PPEs became scarce around the world as the pandemic started, there was a race around the world for PPEs. Now your northern countries, they just poured billions into buying masks, ventilators, and everything. And all of a sudden, when we wanted them as a continent, they were either expensive or not available. And that is where I phoned, some of the known manufacturers and said, we want you to assist us with PPEs. Xi Jinping, we mobilized him. We even spoke to Trump and said, we want ventilators for the continent, and got him to agree. And so we mobilized, but also created this vaccine supply platform. And the wonderful thing, comrades, about this is that we also got the Caribbean to come and purchase their PPEs. The platform succeeded in reducing prices dramatically. And so the various suppliers came onto this platform. But as the vaccines became available, we then set up the Africa Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, which has succeeded in mobilizing up to 400 million vaccines, which, after the blockages that exist, are now going to be freed to vaccinate the population in our continent. So in that regard, our drive for a better Africa and a better world has worked well and continues to do so, because South Africa's leadership has been noticed, accepted, and embraced, and it continues to the benefit of all others. We are also engaged, comrades, in the situation in northern Mozambique. It's a matter that should concern all of us. We just had a summit recently, and we are going to be embarking on initiatives that are going to give assistance to our fellow brothers and sisters in Mozambique. Comrades, our principal support for the peoples of Palestine in their right for self-determination is unwavering. We will continue to urge for peace and a solution to this conflict that is premised on a just settlement that facilitates equality and equity for all who have a right to live in the territories of Israel and Palestine. So our support of Palestinians is unwavering. And we've been appalled at the behavior of Israel through all this. And we remember the resolution that we took at our 54th conference, which we have implemented, but we now need to be looking at what else needs to be done, because we cannot continue countenancing the bombing of people's homes, and we sit back. Here on our continent also, we will not rest until the people of Western Sahara have realized their independence. As mandated by our 54th conference, we continue to intensify our solidarity with the Sahrawi people and will give much more practical assistance whenever possible. In conclusion, comrades, let me reiterate, we must unite and unite based on the principles and values of our glorious movement. And we must serve our people selflessly. Ma'am Charlotte Maxeke said it best. And she said, this work is not for ourselves. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. And if you can rise, bring someone with you. And that, comrades, more than any other statement, for me defines what we as leaders, as all of you who are here are leaders, what we as leaders of the African National Congress must be all about. It must be about the people of our country. When you stop putting the people of South Africa ahead of your own interests, then something is seriously wrong. The African National Congress that we all joined is about the people. It's about leaders serving. It's about adhering to the values and the principles of the African National Congress. Comrades, there's nothing that gives me more joy than being a servant of our people and serving them under the aegis of the African National Congress. I thank you and say Amandla. And thank you very much, comrades.
Amandla. Camarade Ratons for the president no World Cup and the club. I can get no few words. Thank you for that. And Comrade President, thank you very much for the inspiring input, very insightful, and I firmly believe that all of us at this 9th Provincial Conference, we are greatly inspired. We feel much more ready, heavily energized for the task ahead. And thank you very much for sketching out current challenges which are confronting us as an organization in the country, and as well as the way forward. And your emphasis on one of the biggest challenges that is confronting this province, the high levels of unemployment and poverty, which has been compounded and worsened by COVID. Thank you very much for reflecting on that and the kind of support that the national government is giving to the province to try and address those challenges. So, comrades, let us for the last time give the President a nice round of applause. And thank you very much. And thank you very much for making time to engage with us. Your virtual presence feels more physical. And we are very grateful for that. Amandla, comrades, we will now get the Secretariat just to come and give us a way forward with regard to commissions. We'll have to be in commissions just for an hour and a half so that we can have an early discharge today. Yeah, we want to experience Namako. Yeah, we can't spend lots of time in commissions. At least at least by 5:30 we must be out of here. Those commissions that won't be able to finish their work today, you can start first thing in the morning at commissions for 2-3 hours. And then we get quick presentations so that we can start to embark on our journey back home. But I think the President raised something, comrades. We should not let our guards down. Strict compliance